Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream. Well, before we start, here's the intro. And good evening. Welcome along to another live stream. This time we're going to focus on the Trainsim World 5 and the West Coast Main Line yet again. I was kind of getting a bit bored of it until we had the upgrade on Tuesday. And it's amazing to see so many people in already. Well, hello to Lane. Sorry. Showing me age now, trying to read the graphics. Le Train Spotter Française, Amaze Taze, I know you very well from the previous videos. Train Spotter 1, Zed and JJ, another returning viewer, and welcome all again. Good evening to everybody, welcome to the stream, and hopefully we're going to have a good evening. I'm going to have a full look at the pack as much as is possible. So we're going to try and have a ride on the Class 805, the Class 710, the 390 Pendolino, the 350 and the HST. And I know a lot of people have been saying if only this pack were possible on the consoles. I believe technically it just isn't possible, and a number of people have asked for that already, but I believe just technically it just isn't a possibility. I don't know why, but sadly not. But welcome all, and again thanks for being early. I think you were ahead of me really going live, so I was perhaps a minute or two behind and a little bit late, so apologies for that. Hope you're settled in. The clocks have gone back now, so we're pretty much dark already looking out, and we've got sort of this set up now for the next few months of the winter weather as we descend into autumn and winter. So that's all the welcomes. Hope I've not missed anybody out, but again, thanks already for anybody that's watching, and let's get going. Let's get the game loaded up. Yes, that's right, and I love the name, the Flying Banana, I have to say. I think it's so fantastic, it does make me laugh. Now, what I am going to ask for at this stage, and it's kind of first come, first served really, but I'm going to ask one of you just to name the first train you want to see on the afternoon stream, or the evening stream, I should say. So just let me know, and whoever picks first, I'll go with that. But in the meantime, we'll load up the game, load up the timetables, and look at what's available. I think it's great that they've got the Network Rail measurement train, track measurement train on for the Flying Banana. That really is a bonus to see, and I think that'll be quite enjoyable to watch. By the way, I don't know if I got the sound a bit too loud up there. I've just turned it down slightly. So we are going to be exclusively looking at West Coast Main Line South tonight, London Euston to Milton Keynes, of course. Now, I did have a brief look at the 350 on Tuesday, and we had a quick run from London Euston to Watford Junction. And it kind of already showed off how vast the expanding timetable really is. And you can already see all the possibilities here. And it's good with the 350. We've got the Eurovision one, as well as the standard livery one. And that's a good point to make, Tage. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that freight of the full London Underground timetable, because it's all the services that originate, I think, out of Stonebridge Park. So none on the Stonebridge Park section to Harrow and Wealdstone. So that'll be good to see. And the freight when it's added in as well. I think we can expect that over the next few weeks. Right, well, we've had the first nomination, I think. So there we go. That proves it. We're going to go with the... I mean, it says Class 800 LNER really, but it's an 805, but we'll kind of ignore that. So, I mean, I think what particularly, I will just show you briefly, but this was the thing that was massively missing originally, because the 710, you now have an every 15-minute service right the way throughout the day. I think pretty much it's a full timetable. So that would keep you busy in its own right. There's just so much going on there. And you can see, you know, the very first service of the day going right through, well, 0527, the first actual passenger service. And then we're going right the way through the day. Watford Junction to London Euston, 2328 is the last one. And London Euston to Watford Junction, the last one, 23:25. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's more. There's more. But, right, okay. Those are just basically the depot runs. But it's good to see all those then as well come to that. Right, so the nomination for the... Okay, right, if you click on it, it does suddenly say Class 805 Avanti West Coast. That's interesting. all of these, as far as I know, stop at Watford Junction as well as Milton Keynes. So let's go for one in the afternoon, because you don't need to go for peak time now for it to be busy. Another viewer I can see on there as well, Arnold Gonko Lives. So hello, welcome to the stream. And again, apologies if I miss anybody out. And I'll say it early, I'll keep saying it throughout the stream, but if you're enjoying the stream and you enjoying the channel, then please like and subscribe, try and boost the channel. We try and go live, or I try and go live every Sunday, but there is a great element with the chat which is growing with the people who contribute, so it's kind of not really a one-man effort, because there is a lot of interest across the board, which is fabulous to see. Now, the first thing to say, I've put this God mode in, by the way, so I think it's kind of improved the look of it, I think, a little bit as well. I don't know whether it makes it totally smoother, but well, I mean, I've ridden it once before in the streams, but it was in isolation. There were no other services, because that was, or no other 805 services, because that was in free roam. And this is better, as we'll demonstrate with the display as well. It correctly shows. So we've got that Red Star parcels thing in the corner. Certainly will, Gloria. Yes, you raised a comment, didn't you, in the stream in the week, and I certainly will be doing the Class 710 as part of the runs, and I'm not sure yet which, but it will be one of the runs during the evening. I'm looking forward to that, actually, because of the full timetable. Now, one thing I am going to quickly demonstrate as well is the displays as well. I mean, we've got none of this Milton Keynes on all the services, so that says Birmingham to Watford Junction, which is great, and we'll also get that on all the other services that we do as well, the Pendolinos with the 710. By the way, let me know if the sound is not quite right, if the train's too loud, if I'm too loud, because I can never quite tell myself. So we are running with 10 cars, incidentally. Yeah, I must admit, I was having a go yesterday. I did download an INI file, and it nearly scared the life out of me slightly, because when I went to camera... Oh, wait a minute, what have we got there? We've got a HST there. There's the Network Rail measurement train. Now, that is pure chance. And I selected camera 2 to get the outside view, and it zoomed out about half a mile. So I had to mess around with it to get it right. So there we are, calling at, well, you can see all the stations are listed, not just the ones that are in the game. So this one will be calling at Watford Junction, Milton Keynes, Rugby, Coventry, Birmingham International, Birmingham New Street. Oh, glad to hear that. Does feel a bit stuttery, actually, but then Euston is so busy now. So let's make our way to the front of the train. I mean, that's one of the slight things. Well, there goes a story, Amaze Taze. Actually, I bought that lossless scaling yesterday, downloaded it, installed it, and I thought all was good, but it kept crashing on me. So I don't know, perhaps I need to play around with it a little bit more. Right. Let's try climbing up this time. Yay. But I think it does definitely improve the look of it, which is all good. Yeah, I think that's what I bought yesterday, and I tried a service and it loaded up absolutely fine, but then it dumped on me. Yeah, I think I mean, we should be able to see actually with the, that's looking a little bit low. You can see a 710 coming in to the platforms at Euston. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to just have a quick look at that, make sure we've got everything in. So DSD. And oh, it says automated on that as well. I thought we put that on, but maybe not. Let's get the doors unlocked. We'd better remember to put the headlights on as well. Marker maybe for the day, I suppose. Yeah, that does look really low. I mean, that actually looks worse than when I was playing it last night, but I don't know whether that's just because we're streaming or... But it wasn't as bad as that, I have to say. Maybe the 805 makes a difference as well. And down here, incidentally, we do have the display which does indeed tell us the next stop is Watford Junction. I know when I did it in free roam mode it wasn't capable of working out such things, but I suppose it goes off the PIS display. And I believe this is the weekend when the 807 started into service. I saw a picture of one on YouTube a bit earlier. The only thing missing on this, I think, is the cruise control feature. I know when you grab it on Train Sim Classic, you've got that. Oh, that's the Eurovision livery 350. Yeah, I think I did let the passengers on. Sure I did. If I didn't, I apologise to my passengers. Now, there was a sound mod for this done, and I did download it and install it, but I'm not 100% sure whether, because it was made before Train Sim World 5, so I don't know whether it's definitely working. Oh, good to see a 350 waiting for clearance into the platforms. Of course, I was slightly late departing, so little things like that always amuse me slightly, because that's what happens in real life. Yes, I completely agree, and I remember that from the driving it on the west coast. It does seem to, it really does accelerate away. But then I suppose this is fairly new technology, and the Pendolinos were from, well, was it 2000 when they first went into service? Something like that. Certainly the early part of the noughties. Crikey, we have got a log jam. It's not the same train. Of course, we've got 12 car. Trains in operation now. I mean, through my earphones, it's coming through the noise of the train really quiet. Yeah, it's a scary thought, really, isn't it? I mean, I suppose in reality, the Pendolinos are, I mean, they've just had their upgrade, and I suppose it's kind of a midlife upgrade, really. Now, I will feel old if I live to see the day when the Pendolinos are retired, hopefully. That will. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and I'm sure it's probably belongs to one of the most asked questions of all, really, about this lovely enhancement pack. Sadly, it is only available for the Pendolino. I mean, I think you could still run this, because you can download this livery off Creators Club, and you could still run it in free roam, and you could do that, I think, with if you're driving it on console. But the actual overall enhancement pack is only available on the PC, and as I understand it, it just can't be any different. I don't think it can technically be brought out on the console. I think somebody was saying something about, I don't know if it was licensing or just whether it's just technically not possible. It's kind of way beyond my understanding. Speed up a bit now. Well, enjoy your dinner, and good to see you early on. Thanks for joining us in the early stages. I mean, the only thing I'm not sure about with the introduction of the 807s, I saw a timetable where it was posted somewhere where they kind of confirm what services were available for the 807s that they're running on. But is that taking the place of the 805s, or is it in addition to the 805s? There's another 710, incidentally. So we're going to see absolutely loads of 710s in the early stages of the journey. Speaking of mods, that was a 710 in South Western Railway livery. I must get round to kind of deleting some of those mods, or I suppose I'd have to uninstall them, really. But I think it certainly belongs in the category of most asked question over the last couple of weeks. It kind of proves to me, I mean, I only know generically and from, you know, what other people say, but it does show just how much, oh, there's one in Elizabeth Line livery. It does show how much Train Sim World is played on the console. Yes, I kind of realised that, and I mean, I think I don't know if some of the I think some of the 805s are already on use on the Chester and Holyhead trains, aren't they? And then at Crewe, they move over into diesel mode. I did do a stream, sorry, not stream, a video a couple of months back with the enhancement pack for the 5 circle line, and I did a 8. Was it an 80? I always get mixed up whether it's an 801 or an 802, but that was in buy mode, and then from Haymarket switched it into diesel mode, carried on the journey through to Markinch, and then a bit more on Train Sim Classic. I'll be interested to see, because I did a brief tryout yesterday, and okay, this is obviously a busy area around Willesden, Wembley, but it wasn't as low as this. I wonder if it's partly to do with the 805 as well. We'll see a little bit more when we drive some of the other trains. Yeah, I have to say the Elizabeth line video that I did, well, I suppose it'd be, I don't know, it must be 5 months ago now, but that's probably my biggest success, when I did an Elizabeth line run from Paddington to Heathrow, and you know, we kind of cheated a little bit to use Train Sim Classic with a 700 for the last part, but it got me into the Heathrow platforms, and that's been watched by, I think, something like about 27,000 people, which is about the best, most popular video I've put up so far. But it's a pretty good substitute for the 345. I mean, I couldn't tell you the difference between the 345 and the 710, but it certainly looks the part. And it's good that the speed limits are accurately noted, because we are of course restricted to 110 because we're not tilting, and it does correctly note that we won't be given 125 as the journey speed at any point today. But yeah, it's a great train to drive, and yeah, you certainly do feel, as you say, that very swift acceleration. We bombed through Harrow and Wealdstone. Am I right in saying I don't think the clock tower was included originally? It's kind of a famous feature on Harrow and Wealdstone station. There's another 710. Spot the 710s today, you'll certainly see a lot of them. And I'm looking forward as well. That'll be one of the journeys. Again, I'll try and let people pick, but I'll kind of wait until we've got to the end of each journey before I'll ask for nominations for the next run. We'll try and do it that way, because otherwise, short-term memory and all that, I'm bound to forget. But I think it has made such a difference, and you can see the amount of trains absolutely bombing through. And I think they've done a complete upgrade of all the foliage. I think they said that's more or less done from scratch. And I've yet to travel on a 805 or a, well, obviously not an 807 because they've only just been entered into service this weekend. I have been on a LNER Azuma, done it a couple of times from Leeds down to King's Cross. I mean, people moan about the seats and say they're not particularly comfortable, but I didn't notice anything massively bad myself. But yeah, certainly if you're playing this on PC, it's a no-brainer. It's well worth downloading. Here's Bushy. Of course, when we do the 710 scenario, we will be going around that bit towards Watford High Street. Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's slightly embarrassing, I think, from Dovetail Games' point of view, that this could all be rattled up in the space of a few weeks. So it kind of shows it could be done. I mean, they've obviously not confirmed it, but I kind of think and wonder whether it was a little bit deliberate, the kind of reduced timetable, because they were obviously worrying a little bit about the performance on the consoles. Yeah, completely agree. And I mean, they made such a big effort as well. You know, they completely improved stuff like the signs. There's absolutely loads of stuff. I mean, I'm not going to notice a lot of it, but it's massively improved the overall look and feel. So here we have, we've got another strange livery there. Can't remember if that's the Greater Anglia one or the C2C one. I think it's Greater Anglia, isn't it? Oh well. London Overground clearly have got a few units on loan today. Trying to do a bit of a dad rail thing here, and remembering that if you have a red signal, the first priority is not so much stopping at the platform, it's to making sure that you remember that the signal's there. Yeah, I'd be interested to know, definitely. I mean, this the frame rates, I mean, I run it a Pendolino yesterday, and I think I can't remember getting less than 30 frames a second, but I wonder if it's this 805 that's doing it. And there's all sorts of small details about the stations, the signs, and we've got the correct London Underground font as well in use on the overground stations, if that makes sense. This is the God mode thing. So I've tried to tone the colour on the autumn trees a little bit. I most certainly did. I'm really looking forward to doing Preston to Carlisle. I've seen loads of positive comments. Somebody was criticising the picture of Loon Gorge and saying it didn't look up to the very latest standards. I mean, I thought the whole thing looked lovely personally, but I can't wait to do that. And then also, I'm very much looking forward to driving a Class 87 from Euston to Milton Keynes as well on a kind of a rail tour service. But yeah, looking forward to all that, being able to do the 101s and the Pacer services as well to Morecambe. Yeah, certainly is. I mean, the one thing I've learnt about the forums is that it doesn't matter how good it is, there's always going to be somebody who criticises it. I mean, I know there'll be some comment about the price, but even that was fairly muted because I think people thought, well, we know the quality of the route from the Blackpool branches, so it's worth paying a bit extra. And I think for the extent of the route as well, I mean, it's a 100-mile route, so it's fully justified, I think, really. And you know, you've got things like the big freight yard at Carlisle as well. I mean, I'm looking forward to doing a passenger run, and I'm also looking forward to kind of making a mess of operating a Freightliner service as well. That will be interesting as we go up Beatock. And not 100% certain yet, but there's a possibility I might be not working on the Friday immediately after the release, so there's a chance I'm hoping to do a kind of a full live stream on release night, hopefully. Yeah, I think it's definitely improved the look of the environment and everything else, this God mode. I think that's the thing, you know, this has only been out, what, about a month, and you're still looking and waiting for more, really. So that's going to be the next thing. I'm then looking forward to Alan Thompson's Manchester Airport run, and that'll be interesting as well. Looking forward to doing a Pendolino from Wilmslow to Manchester Piccadilly, as well as all the stopping services, and all the detail around Manchester Airport looks good as well. And then the Welsh Valleys route, I mean, I don't know when that'll be out. I mean, I'm guessing that because of the timing of the, I'm guessing from the timing of the route, the Preston Carlisle route, that it won't be until maybe January, and certainly way after Christmas, before we get the Alan Thompson route. We haven't seen any pictures of the Welsh Valleys route, but that looks again pretty interesting. I think somebody was saying, it might have been Tom the other night on one of the streams, about the fact that the 350 is a bit of a frame rate killer, and he thinks perhaps again there's something that needs doing to it a little bit. I mean, that stutteriness coming into Watford Junction, I don't think I've ever seen on that level. There we are, just to confirm it, Milton Keynes the next station. bit of a bad driver really, because I didn't take much notice of the signal. I mean, we had the red as we came. I think it was green as we departed from Watford Junction. But again, you should really be thinking and checking and making sure and remembering that it was red, and give that some thought. Yeah, it's a very smooth operator, this 805. And this autumnal weather, it's basically, as it's been, certainly in my part of the world in North Staffordshire, it's certainly been like this today. Taking the dog for a walk this morning with my brother, and it was absolutely gorgeous, and it's lovely to have. We've had, after a very, very poor September in many ways, we've had a nice period over the last couple of weeks. We've had some decent days. Let's make sure we get down to the 100. Yes, it'll be interesting to see all that, and I suppose, I mean, I know that I think Dovetail Games worked a bit on improving the optimization with their update. Here's Berkhamsted. Always remember this one with the curved platforms and the kind of slightly oldie worldy station. I know they improved the lighting a little bit and made that a bit better, but I suppose there's also perhaps a bit of work from the guys who created the enhancement pack. I meant to write down the names actually, but as usual, completely forgot. I know Forks, though I think somebody called him Fort the other night. Did the upgraded timetable, and I know one of the people who created the enhancement pack was Bescott. There's quite a few of them, and I think they built up a reputation for doing it now. Hello, Liverpool fan. I can remember you've certainly watched before. And welcome back to the channel, and thanks for watching. I'm not 100% sure. What's the pink thing? Yeah, Jetwash, of course. And Bellamy, Jetwash it was who put the videos up on YouTube, wasn't it? Yeah, thanks. You know everything. Amazed Taze. Annoys me that glitchy camera though sometimes. Ooh, we saw an absolute plethora of 350s in action there, didn't we? There's another Pendolino passes us by. That was Tring, wasn't it? Because this is Tring cutting. You're very knowledgeable, I have to say, and it's good to have that level of knowledge. And yes, Liverpool fan, I'll definitely have a look at Milton Keynes. I mean, we'll be there pretty soon, won't we? We're running a bit late because I was a bit late leaving Euston originally. I mean, this looks lovely, doesn't it, as you go through the cutting. I mean, it's slightly hazy, that autumnal sunshine. And then you emerge from the cutting back out into the sunshine again. I just felt with the trees that on kind of the normal DTG level, if you put it into kind of bright sunshine, then even with the autumn, they look just a bit too kind of orangey, so it's good to be able to tone it down a bit. I know what I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Liverpool fan, just let me know. Well, the door's just closing as we went past. I mean, this is a kind of a middle of the day scenario as well, and you kind of felt with the original timetable there just wasn't much going on. Ah, right, okay, yeah. I know some of them have got mobile phones actually recording as though they're recording at the platforms on iPhone, haven't they? Which is good to see. I know that with the update that came out a couple of weeks ago, they've corrected apparently some of the situations where the passengers were struggling to get up and down stairs, and there was like a right old blockage at some of the station concourses, and I'm partly sad that they fixed it because it was quite fun to watch. I mean, this is just so busy, isn't it? Another Pendolino racing us by. And then another 350. So it really is a busy, busy old scene. Ah, I've only just spotted the upcoming 90. Let's see if we can just get back down in time. Yeah, we're all right. I mean, it's just after the upcoming signal. Of course, this Azuma was first, well, Azuma as in that's LNER terminology, of course, was released for Trains and Wolf. Was it? It was for, wasn't it, with the East Coast Main Line. Good evening, Christopher. Welcome to the stream yet again. So we're not too far off from the end of the first run, and we are in the lovely Avanti West Coast livery 805. Well, hope you're well, and Hope everybody is well watching on the stream tonight. We are completely going to be Trainton World 5 and completely West Coast Main Line centric. Yeah, there's no problem with the frame rates around this area. Well, I wasn't going to mention it. I mean, we're nearly there, but I must say, I mean, the sound that I can hear sounds incredibly quiet, so it'll be interesting to see if it still sounds like that through from my side of things as we move on to the next train. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lovely old looking train, I think. I must admit, when I did the 350 stream, I was struggling a little bit, to be honest. I kind of galloped my tea down and was trying to get the thing up and running, and it needed a little bit more time, really, but I'm glad that come the Sunday we can just do a full, much more relaxed look at all the trains on offer. I mean, I've probably said this before, but I'm hoping that at some point we are going to get kind of the southern end of the East Coast Main Line, King's Cross to Peterborough. And kind of when you race through Bletchley, you know that Milton Keynes is just around the corner. Well, I think many years ago, before Milton Keynes station was built, and I don't think it opened until 1982, then we had the situation where I think some of the services used to terminate at Bletchley. Prepare for our stop at Milton Keynes Central. So single yellow, and then that should get us into the platforms. We're going to kind of guide our way into the station at Milton Keynes Central. You have the very modern buildings in and around the station. I'm not sure if they've had a bit of a makeover as well. I mean, there's so many things that have changed in the enhancement pack. I mean, I'm not going to bother read them all out because you can have a look yourself on the Train Sim community website, but they've done an absolutely brilliant job. Bear in mind we've got a red. I was probably being a bit too aggressive coming into the platforms. That's something that's definitely changed incidentally. You've got all the advertising as well. We'll have a look at some of those when we finish this scenario. Yep. I mean, I have to say, I think there was one of the engine things I was messing around with yesterday, one of the files, actually deleted all the passengers. Now, I did sort it so that they were back in, but looks suspiciously quiet around here, I have to say. Now, before I disembark, I'm just going to wait for the scenario to end, because I've kind of had that situation before where it's not kind of signalled the end of the scenario, so it's always good to kind of tick it off, as you like, that it's a run that you've completed. Yes, I agree. I think, you know, for many years, people said, why can't we get rid of those yellow front ends? And of course it was all done as a kind of a safety feature. And they used to do like re-liveries of stuff. But then they weren't able to do it 100% authentically. Yeah, worried about the no passengers. I don't know whether that's... I messed around with it yesterday, but can't see many knocking about on the station, I have to say. We'll see if that remains a feature. But we've got things like this. Genuine adverts rather than the Dovetail Games stuff that they put in. Bit late to be advertising Taylor Swift at Wembley, I would have thought. And I mean, if it is that we have got no passengers, then we'll just have to live with it for the duration of the stream. I'm not messing about with the settings during the live stream. Now we've got a couple of Network Rail men. Okay, so I like to, just because of the intensity of the game, I am going to continually exit it and reboot it again, just for the stability. I don't know what NPCs are, I'm afraid, mate. Right, okay, nominations then, please. So we've done... We'll tick off the 805. So we've got the 710, the 390, the 350, the HST. what's next? I'll let whoever comes up. Whoever comes up with the vote first, that's what I'll go with. Yeah, trying to have a look around at the stations. I mean, it's good to see some of it. There's a lot more we could have seen there with Milton Keynes. I didn't go up the steps or anything, but it's good to have a look round at the stations, and some of the details are amazing, really. Non-playable character. Right. Okay. I was thinking, isn't that what those car parks that you see, aren't they? NPC. Yeah, HST. Yeah, I know that one. The old high-speed train. Okay, what's next then? I'm waiting. I mean, I'm probably about a minute behind the stream a little bit with my comments, so it'll take me a little bit of time, but let me know what you want next. Haha, yeah, there you go. I knew it was similar. I knew it was similar. Hello Duncan, welcome to the stream. Have you downloaded it from... You have to download it from the... Ah, okay, right, fair enough. I know you mentioned the HST, but I wasn't sure whether that was... You were saying it was just a comment about the HST, or whether you were saying that you were talking about the HST. Right, fair enough. That's the one we're going to do. HST next. So, as we've started at London Euston with the first one, we're going to do... Actually, it's the top one, isn't it? Milton Keynes and London Euston. So, I mean, Wolverton's only just up the road as well. So it's a shame in a way that Wolverton's not on the game. Ah, we've got passengers. There you go. So that proves that it's not... I'm glad to see passengers, actually. I don't know why we didn't get passengers when we arrived. Before... Okay, so let's get this train set up. I remember the button. I think the master key's there, isn't it? Right, day and headlight markers. We probably don't have to open the doors, actually. No, it's... have a look on the train... I mean, if you've not looked on the Train Sim Community website, it's just literally trainsimcommunity.com. There's a whole amount of stuff on there, and it will massively improve what you can do and use on the PC, because there's all sorts of sound mods. They've improved the 390, for example. There's a much more realistic sound mod. If you drive the Bakerloo line train, there's a sound mod, which absolutely dramatically improves things, and there's all sorts of stuff on there, and very well worth getting. I mean, if you've got the 5 circle line, will do, Anne. Good to see things like that as well. Anne's the generic announcements. It'd be great if we'd actually got the full range of Anne announcements with the proper stuff, wouldn't it? Loving the livery, by the way. Love that. Network Rail, improving your railway. I think the interior's a little bit generic. I mean, I think we've actually got GWR seats in there, but we'll forgive them for that because it certainly does look the part. And I think this train runs in real life every couple of weeks up and down. This is a service. Of course, it's the track measurement train. Yeah, thanks, Duncan. Much appreciated. And again, and I always feel as though I'm begging when I say this, but thanks for watching. And if you do want to like and subscribe to the channel, that'd be really appreciated because that helps just to boost things up a little bit. Try and get the numbers up. So we've got 44 miles to go to London Euston, and I've not turned the AWS on, have I? Thanks for reminding me. Sometimes those reminders can come in handy. That's very, very nice to hear. I'm really chuffed when I hear people say the nice things. I mean, it was an absolute bonus really to have this in. To just keep an eye on that frame rate thing as well. So we're doing the anacronyms tonight, I think. Again, if the sound of the train's too quiet or I'm too loud, either way let me know. I do wish that the safety systems that they would put on by default, because I'm pretty sure that that's what happens in real life. They certainly do. Yes, I had a nice Sunday lunch just before we started. Try and time that so that everything's just nice and ready to go. That was nice. A nice large glass of red wine to go with it. So try not to slur me words too much. Hope you've had a nice dinner as well. Oh, thanks very much, Duncan. That's appreciated. I do remember your name, actually, now you come to mention it. Apologies for not remembering. I ought to keep a list of, well, I don't even remember actually looking through the full list. I see the numbers going up, and I know people when they've mentioned about subscribing. But yeah, that's very kind of you. That's really appreciated. Hope you enjoyed the ScotRail sort of stream that we had, was that 2 weeks ago now? Ah, that's marvellous. Yeah, that's fantastic news. Excellent. Yeah, Brill, that's all good. That's appreciated. Thank you very much. I can't believe it's nearly getting on for a year since I started. I mean, oh, yeah, well, we need to put a few brakes on here. Came up to me a little bit too quickly, the 90. I can't believe it's coming round to a year since I started. I mean, I think the YouTube name and everything has been up for years, but I started creating videos December last year. First one was on Train Sim Classic with Euston to Holyhead, part 1 to Crewe, and then the second part I did about 3 months later, but I've put plenty of videos up, and then it wasn't really till September with these live streams, and it was kind of this West Coast main line that made me think, right, let's do some live streams and see if there's any interest, which I'm very pleased to see there is. Hope you've had a nice tea, Christopher, as well. How was the camping trip? Did you enjoy it? Ah, thank you very much. Wow. I must admit, I have noticed with the streams that, I mean, I've done obviously some stuff on Train Sim Classic as well as Train Sim World since we've been doing these live streams, but there definitely seems to be more interest when we do Train Sim World. Yeah, so have a look on the, like I say, it's trainsimcommunity.com, and I think you did say, didn't you, you're running it on the PC, so you'll see it pretty much on the homepage, actually. You'll see some of the recent stuff, and you'll see West Coast Main Line Enhancement Pack. You'll see what you need for it. I mean, you need obviously Great Western Express to have this particular train in there. And you need the Goblin line. Well, you needed the Goblin line anyway, really, so as you'd got the Class 710 services. And there's two things. There's a West Coast Main Line Enhancement Pack, and then there's the West Coast Main Line Timetable. I mean, when we get to Euston, I'll actually bring up the website, and I'll show you and dead easy to actually install. It's not like Train Sim Classic where you've got to do all sorts of stuff to get it working. You know, just check you've got the requirements, that you've got all the other routes that are necessary. I think the San Bernardino line is kind of partly necessary to have as much of the graffiti in as you see. It's a fabulous website in its own right, and there's all sorts of stuff, Train Sim Classic scenarios as well. I know there's a girl called Emily, I think, who uploads some really good Train Sim Classic scenarios, and just seems to have that same train of thought, pardon the pun, but seems to create services that kind of the ones I've been looking for with Train Sim Classic. I can't remember if those barges were in the original route or not. I can't recall seeing the barges, I could be wrong. Narrowboats, I suppose we should technically call them. I was going to actually print out and have a look at the page for the Network Rail measurement train, and I could have told you a little bit about what it actually does, but I didn't get round to doing that. But I'm sure there's plenty on Wikipedia with lots of information, no doubt. I'm not sure I've ever seen this flying banana in real life. I've seen plenty of videos of it. Well, there's that Eurovision one in the platforms. Very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, barges, mate. Yeah, I well remember. I mean, the thought made as I was saying it. I remember thinking I used to have a friend who was quite near to the Trent Mersey Canal in the Stoke area, and every time I called them barges, he always used to say narrowboats. They're narrowboats, not the same thing. He always used to pick me up on that. Oh right, bargee, I don't know. No, it was a classic Sunday roast actually. So chicken, potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, vegetables. We always have to make sure, well, both me and my brother have to make sure that we've got a little bit of added chicken as well on hand for the dog as well, because he stands by the side looking very, very expectant from the moment we start eating. so late for that 100 mph reduction that by the time we should be pretty much not too far away from speeding back up to 110 again. Oh yeah, I only just saw you. Yeah, just reading the comments. Yeah, I've just seen it. Yeah, chicken tikka masala later. Well, enjoy it when you have it. Yeah, I must admit, whenever I've been camping over the years, when it's pretty quiet, it's absolutely lovely. I very much enjoy a bit of camping. Haven't been for a few years. Yeah, well, excellent, Duncan. Have a look at the... Like I say, there's that on there, but there's just loads of other stuff as well. And some of the sound packs just make the trains... I mean, the Bakerloo line's a good example because the Bakerloo line stock, the 1972 stock, the sounds... I mean, they were okay. They were livable with, I suppose. But they didn't sound anything like a 1972 stock. And I think somebody commented on the fact that they were actually reused sounds from the Class 455. So once that was put up, it was an absolute game changer. And I think for me, the sounds of the trains is kind of just as important as the look. I mean, it's very good to hear as well with this Just Trains route Preston to Carlisle that the sounds of the 87 are going to be from the Armstrong Powerhouse pack, so we know that the sounds of that on Train Sim Classic are great. Haha, yes indeed. Yeah. Yeah, again, it's quite nice, you know, if you go to have a shower and it's you're camping, it's quite nice to have it nice and empty. So I've not messed around massively with this God mode thing, but it's kind of improved the look of it a little bit, I hope. And okay, we're in the quieter section, I suppose, in many ways, but King's Langley, isn't it? Recognise the M25 bridge there, so we're not too far away from the line splitting into two, and then we've got Watford tunnels, the slow line and the fast line, separate tunnels, and then Watford Junction station. Yeah, 100% agree. I think it really is lovely. And I must admit, the screenshot, the thumbnail that I put up on Tuesday when I did the 350, and that shot inside Euston Station with the 350, it did look as though it almost could have been a photograph, a real photo of Euston Station. Thanks incidentally to my brother, because he does the artwork for me on the thumbnails. I upload the photo for him and he messes around and adds the text in and stuff, and the logos and everything else. I know he's quite convinced that the reason the channel's been fairly popular is nothing much to do with the streams, it's all about his thumbnails, and well, hopefully it just grabs a bit of attention, I think. Yeah, enjoy your curry. Enjoy your curry. I'm hoping I'll be the usual 4 hours really, so it's a question of trying to fit all 5 trains in, so that's going to be the challenge, but we'll be running through till 9 o'clock. Might be a bit less if we don't stop for this signal, because that's the first adverse signal that we've had. Don't think we got an AWS there, did we? Oh, we've got single yellow. Perhaps it was, no, I think the previous. Oh no, double yellow. So we're all right. Of this section around the. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I'll see you later. Very much enjoy your dinner. We just need a Tesco putting in here, really. Over there, that will complete the picture. I know I've seen a petrol station in and around that area, but again, it's just things you look for when you're on the train in real life. You see certain things, and one thing is the Tesco as you're passing that section between Bushy and Watford Junction, and you see the Tesco petrol station. Yeah, fantastic addition having this Network Rail train in. I mean, one of the mods I've also downloaded was the track. This track ballast is more improved. I think it looks more kind of grey on the original offering from Dovetail Games, so it just adds that extra bit of realism, and if you just squeeze in, just make it even more realistic, then it makes it all great. It was Duncan, it was trainsimcommunity.com. And I will, when we get to Euston, I will actually load up the page, and then we can actually look at, just spend a couple of minutes just looking at some of the things that are on there. Not all the upgrades have yet been done for Train Sim World 5, but quite a few have. again, it's kind of count the amount of 710s that we'll see. I think there's something like, is there something like 4, well there's one of them, in each direction that will probably pass between Watford Junction and London Euston. I mean, my only hope is that when they put in all the freight and they add in all the Bakerloo line stuff from Harrow and Wealdstone, I just hope it still actually operates and is playable. So I'm sure that's something they will be weighing up on what to do with it. I mean, they're talking as well about putting in the North London line trains that obviously only go over you when you get to Wealdstone. I mean, that would be quite nice to see, but again, it's just making sure that it's still playable. This is kind of my favourite part of the line. I love the section as you, okay, it's still very much open countryside at the moment, but once we get to kind of Wembley and beyond, it's so urban and busy. Yeah, there's definitely something about them 350s. It was mentioned the other night about having an effect on frame rates, and yeah, that did as well, the Pendolino. I mean, I think the one chink in the light, well, chink in the light, one positive thing is that for console users, there will be an upgraded timetable at some point, maybe not as good as this one. I mean, I don't know 100% for sure, but it was like time in terms of how long it took. Here's Wembley Central. I don't know whether it was time the constraint in terms of getting the route out, or whether it was the fact that they knew that it would be a struggle for console users if they put the full timetable in. A bit of both, maybe. And these enhancement packs, dead easy to install because you just literally save it. You find where your Train Sim World 5 is installed, and you put it into the DLC folder, and really straightforward. I mean, compared with Train Sim Classic with copying geos over from other stock and goodness knows what, and usually it didn't work half the time anyway. Yeah, I certainly didn't notice it this slow last night when I was playing it, so I think it's partly because we're streaming as well. I think that does reduce the frames per second on the stream. I mean, that's a feature as well that's been changed, that crane, that big overhead crane thing that's been modelled to yellow. Can't remember what colour it was on the original release, but it's now accurate. With an Elizabeth line liveried train. We just had the West London line curving away as well towards Kensington Olympia and Clapham Junction. But ever since kind of first coming down this way on the train as a 10-year-old in the very early 80s, there was kind of that excitement once you went past Watford Junction and you started to see tube trains and, well, it wasn't overground then, but the local trains. I think we are going to see a bit of a frame dip as we head into Euston. For that 55 as we head down Camden Bank, and well, it'll be 40 mile an hour for the last bit and 25 mile an hour into the platforms. That sounded like, I think that was a 710, wasn't it? And the Alexandra Road estate flats on our right, mentioned before. And I managed to actually, with messing around with the mods yesterday, but I got this camera view where it kind of zoomed me out about half a mile, so it did mean I was able to have a little look the other side of those flats, and they have been modelled accurately. In some of the detail you even don't get the chance to see. I mean, anybody watching that doesn't want to chat, I mean, that's absolutely fine, of course, but thanks for watching, and your support really appreciated. And if you've not already done so, if you want to like and subscribe, I know quite a few of you have already tonight, which is absolutely brilliant. It just helps to get the channel more noticed and hopefully even more people watching. This bit always fascinates me as well, where you've got it on two levels. You know, we're on the fast lines now, we're on the up fast coming into Euston, and you've got the slow lines down below. There you can see how poor the frame rate is here. Kind of getting on my nerves when you switch it off. That slightly hazy look about things as well. So I think the fact that we've got a double yellow, I think we should be cleared into the platform, hopefully. Well, I think that the issue was with some of the tunnels, they were actually a bit too bright in places. So I think the idea is it should be pretty much completely dark as you go through the tunnels, and I know Dad Rails talked about that on some of his streams, and of course he's a real train driver, and he says that tunnels are completely dark. That's how they should be in real life. We're getting a bit slow here, aren't we? I mean, we are signalled into the platform, but kind of conscious of the fact that we're still actually quite considerably downhill. You know, Maze Taze was talking about this lossless scaling, and I did actually download that yesterday, but then the game crashed on me, so I've not quite got the hang of that yet. You know, followed the instructions to the letter, but so we are coming into platform 4, London Euston. I think the tunnels at Southampton have got a bit of lighting, but I'm not sure about the fast line tunnels. I know the slow line ones they have. Good to see that they fixed the departure board stuff as well. Yeah, that's these ramps, these things here. We've got to be going over those at, I think, less than 10 mile an hour. Otherwise, the brakes, the emergency brakes would come on. So what are we doing for? Yeah, I suppose that's not too bad. I can live with that if it's about 20 odd frames per second or 30 frames per second. That's okay, but it's once it starts going to the red and it looks quite stuttery. Try and take it up to the. Don't want to go. I mean, by rights, you probably should be going more or less up to the buffer stops, but then you wouldn't be able to actually vacate the train, would you? Right, so it's, if you wait an hour and 17 minutes, we're going the other way. And then the next scheduled service on this platform is the 1656 to Birmingham, New Street, and then, but on the other platform, 1413. So we're calling it Nuneaton, Stoke-on-Trent, Stockport and Manchester Piccadilly. I'd love to be able to do a bit more of that run actually than to go to Milton Keynes Central. I mean, with the Alan Thompson thing, at least we'll be able to do Stockport to Manchester Piccadilly. Well, looking very quiet. We're still, incidentally, I know we've got the upgrade pack, but we still haven't quite got the W.H. Smith and stuff, but I think they've kind of put that down as priorities. Stage is looking a bit empty. I think it's definitely done something to the numbers with that sort of modification to the engine ini thing that I loaded. Anyway, that's the second run. Welcome back, Amaze Day as well. We've made it into Euston. I hope you saw that. Now, Duncan was talking about the Train Sim community site. I don't know whether he has had a look, but let's just put that up. So we're not going to spend a load of time on it. But here it is, so trainsimcommunity.com. So if you just select kind of the home page and the recent updates, I think it's on one of those, although there has been quite a few. That was the engine innie that I used, and I kind of wished in a way I'd kept a copy of the original one because I wasn't totally pleased with it. Here's the West Coast Main Line London Euston to Milton Keynes Enhancement Pack. So it says you must install the Forks West Coast Main Line South timetable. You must have the Goblin line, and there has been a couple of updates since the very first release. So you do need Great Western Express for the HST, London Brighton for the 3777, East Coast Main Line for the 801, San Bernardino for quite a bit of the graffiti, Blackpool branches for a small amount of farm crops. And then there's those sound mods. And again, you can just click on the link. I did put that ballast enhancement pack in. So, and here's the people who created it. Bell, Bescott, Charlie, Forks, Jetwash. I don't know if that's probably showing me ignorance now, aren't I? Leica, not sure about that. Rob S and Spratty Heath. And then the timetable. Mod. It's probably slipped down to page 2 now. I've just seen something there. Didn't install that. Don't know if that improves the sound or whether that's just for the mod, but anyway. Yeah, so the timetable built from scratch using the late 2024 working timetable. Platform assignments from October the 30th, so full LNER 350 timetable. It still includes the St Albans Abbey shuttles, the empty carriage stock services, or is it empty carriage siding services? Empty carriage stock, surely. Full Avanti West Coast 390 timetable. Full London Overground Lioness Line Class 710 timetable, and that was very much something that people wanted to see. So I think you can do the 5-car services as well. All London Underground trains originating at Stonebridge Park. Full Class 377 timetable. Full Avanti West Coast Class 805 timetable. Inclusion of the new measurement train on several services. Well, a couple anyway. We just did one there, didn't we? Updated station directory. Some bug fixes. AI only services have been put in where they go beyond Milton Keynes Central. Now, all the AI 390s actually only run at 110. It says this is a core issue, so that must have been like that with the original timetable. Conductor mode currently unable to be selected for the 350. Still works if activated from the guards panel in game. There's a little bit of an auto announcer problem, but I don't think I've got that installed anyway. Class 350s that uncouple will not automatically shut the gangway doors. LU services do not have the proper timings yet, but this is what's really excellent as well. Look at the future plans. Current plan, next version to include the following: the remainder of the London Underground trains, Class 805 undertaking the current Voyager services, so that will be good. because that's going to happen in real life anyway, isn't it, at some point. Freight, lots and lots of freight, including aggregates and the RHTT. Rail tours, various types when all the core services are in. Class 87 undertaking the Caledonian sleeper services upon the release of Overshap. Wow, that'll be good, won't it? That's something I'd look forward to doing, and I'm hoping that that we'll get sort of a Mark III version of the sleeper train. Yeah, you definitely do need the Goblin line, unfortunately, but I don't know if it's available in a sale at the moment, but there will be sales at some point anyway, so have a look out for it. And I mean, personally speaking, I love the Goblin line anyway, and it's only a short line, but they did a great job with it. That came out about Easter time, so it's kind of worth doing. Next question then, what's next? So we can tick off the two that we've done now. We've done the 805, the HST, so we've either got a 710, a 390 or a 350. What do you want to do? It's all on you. And whoever's first to say will get going on that. Have I actually clicked on the game? Yeah, we are loading up. And again, with it being not buggy but slightly demanding on the computer, then I'm kind of definitely downloading, it's closing down the game and then reloading again. Well, I would do. I've got a service from a couple of weeks ago, and I did a full ScotRail thing, and I don't know whether you watched then, but I had a service on the 5 Circle. But the idea is I'm sticking to West Coast Main Line tonight in that pack. We will definitely revisit the 5 Circle at some point in the future. I hope from earlier on that Gloria might still be watching for when we do the 710, because we will feature that. Yeah, absolutely. I guessed that from the from the name. But I mean, there's some great routes in Scotland, and it's good that we've already got the Cathcart Circle, which is a fantastic route as well as Glasgow Edinburgh, and of course there's a whole plethora of routes available on Train Sim Classic around Scotland as well. You could do Glasgow Queen Street to Dunblane, for example. So as I say, the remaining choices: Class 710, Class 390, Class 350, and if I don't get a comment soon, I'm going to go for it, and I'll perhaps do the 710 next. But at the moment, I'm just waiting. Don't all rush at once with your vote. Oh, excellent. Excellent. I mean, it's been a... I mean, I've never ridden on it, but the new line from Edinburgh down to Tweedbank, and I forget what the nickname on that, but that kind of spawns a little bit of that country, doesn't it? Or that part of the world. Yep, that's fine, mate. Amaze Tage, yep, well done. Right, so we'll go for the 7:10:3. And again, I'm not going to go for rush hour just simply because of the fact that we have got all the proper services in. So I think we'll go for... what shall we go for? So as we were at London Euston, we'll go from London Euston. So 10:28 is there. Does that suggest that some of these are missing still? That's interesting. Anyway, we're going to go for the 10:28 from London Euston to Watford Junction. So we'll make it a bit more cloudy, I think, this time. I was a bit worried in case there was going to be a load of people like voting and there'd be a squabble breaking out onto who got the first choice, but not quite. Oh, hey up. Well, that was a bit strange. Don't know what happened there. I wonder if that's something to do with the fact that it is a 5-car. It was as though it kind of had to lurch out of the platform a little bit. Anyhow. Let's make sure we've got we've got that into normal, and then we'll set that into oh yeah, we have to open the door first, don't we? Yeah, that's
DWS and AWS
and we'll put
operational.
That into normal as well. That's fine. Go for daylight. Yeah, I think so. I'm guessing so. It's the first time I've seen it. But I think I mean, it's fantastic to have the 5 cars in, because that is very much something that you see in real life. So it's just under an hour, about 50 minutes to Watford Junction. We still have that issue, of course, where it says 25 kilovolts. And again, that's something I'm sure they'll correct on the stream in time. So lock the doors, and we do have a green now. Now we're being raced out of the station by Pendolino. It's good to see. And that's disappearing down, they call it Line X, I think. They go under Camden Bank and then emerge through Park Street tunnels, then back out onto our left hand side. And we're speeding a bit here. There we are, we've got a 710 in the other direction heading to the platforms. Of course, it's very true to say they only occupy the one platform as well. And it's one of the few places, not the only place I think in the country, where you'll find the third rail and overhead lines as well at the same time. Always have to be, I find this quite difficult because you've got a reduction to 30, but you're going quite considerably downhill, so you have to put a bit of brake on to try and stay under 30. It's quite tricky actually. Yeah, this is a point where we do get lights in the tunnels. I know there was a thing years ago, because of course the tunnel edge is so close, that the old, what were they, the 501s, 510s, but the old EMU stock that they used to use on this line, they put bars over the windows to make sure that people couldn't lean out of the carriage windows because of this tunnel. certainly enjoy a bit of overground action. And like I said, I do enjoy the Goblin line as well. I feel as though I've still not really exhausted all the possibilities on that. I still haven't done a freight train on the Goblin line. So Southampton, the first stop. And I suppose we have to be a bit more careful about kind of getting the train up to the other end of the platform, because we are 5 car, so we want to make sure that we're fitting the whole of the train into the station. We should be alright with that. Yeah, we've got a fair few passengers on. We saw a brief glimpse at that. Low getting off at Southampton though. I hope they're not all getting off, are they? Nope, plenty still on. Love that view. Of course, it's good that it kind of does that stuff as well with the markers all accurate. I mean, I'll still wait for the day though when I feel as though that's just hit me in the face, that door. I wait for the day, and this is one of my constant slight aggravations, but it would be incredible if they could actually have passengers that got on the trains and then properly sat down. I love the effort that they've put in with the graffiti as well. Amazing the amount of graffiti you do see in real life. I mean, I would never encourage graffiti, and of course some of the places where it's done looks incredibly dangerous, and it's scary really how they've actually managed to get onto the line in such places. But undoubtedly some of these people in real life that you see the graffiti that they've done, they have an absolute artistic talent wasted really. Haha, excellent, Christopher, and welcome back. As we come into Kilburn High Road. We are on the 5 car Class 710 Avanti. See the usual strange shuffling because there's a kind of a waiting shelter there. They're kind of banging into each other, the passengers. Yeah, hope you enjoyed your curry. Doesn't seem like 5 minutes to me. I was racing down with the HST and then here again. Welcome back. So I thought for once we'd set slightly more kind of moody weather. Marvellous. We'll try and get down to the 30 in time. Yep, we're all right. Here's Queen's Park. It'd be great when we do have the full Bakerloo line stock in. That's the only thing that's missing now on this. Well, that and the freight. I suppose momentarily, whilst we're doing this run, you've got to kind of tell yourself that services have been suspended between Stonebridge Park and Harrow and Wealdstone. Well, there's some places to stand about relaxing, but not sure that's one of them. Don't know why he keeps putting his hand up there either. I think my all-time favourite passenger moment on Train Sim World was when the Bakerloo line was first released and they did the preview stream, and there was somebody standing on top of one of the PIS boards, and they had I can't remember his real name, but they had Colonel Failure on that stream, and he was working, I don't know if he's still working for Dovetail Games, but very entertaining to listen to. And he made the comment that he says, don't pretend you didn't just see that. Yeah, very good point. Yeah, very good point. Oh, I remember that from my time in the Highlands. Yeah, perhaps that's what he was doing. Yeah, sounds about right. That takes me back to a camping trip in August, not this year, but oh god, must be 20 odd years ago. In the West Islands. Ah, right, with Colonel Failey. I've forgotten his name, but he was good. I mean, he used to grill Matt Pedalston on behalf of the community a lot more than is done now, I think it's true to say. Yeah, probably makes a change with the weather, because I've often gone for completely sunny weather, and autumn isn't always. Sam, yeah, that's right. Yes, indeed. Of course it was, yeah. I mean, I think sometimes, I mean, you watch the preview streams and you're obviously excited, and you look out, you want to see the new routes, and you're excited to see it for the first time, but I think they're also aware sometimes of the limitations and one or two bugs that are in there, and they're not always that keen to point them out in these preview streams. Some are more pertinent than others. Yeah, well, it's good to vary it up. I mean, I tend to not bother too much with rain, and that's just purely because it gets on my nerves a bit, and I think sometimes the rain effects aren't all that brilliant. I think when we get towards Christmas that we're bound to do a few snow scenes, that's for sure. Not that you ever see any snow at Christmas, but it's kind of that feeling as though that's the way it should be. I mean, with this God mode thing that I've got installed, you can actually change the weather on the fly, as it were. You can alter it. I mean, I never select dynamic weather because you usually end up with starting off in brilliant sunshine and you end up with chucking it down with rain after a few minutes. I like to stick to the kind of the time of the year that we're doing the run on somehow. I mean, obviously we could have it in, you know, glorious shrubbery and, you know, with greens of June. Wow, we've got a bit of a stutter going on there, haven't we? Yeah, very much so. Yeah, yeah. To the point where, I mean, you can kind of, you can understand the fact that you know, they're not going to say this isn't right and this is a load of rubbish, and they're not going to rubbish something that they've just created that they want to sell to you for 20-30 pounds. But I think sometimes there's a balance, and the community notice things straight away, don't they? I mean, I do think sometimes some of the chat gets a bit silly in the forums, and you know, I get to the point where when you notice it's, you know, you've kind of got a forum with 30, 40, 50 pages. It's like, generally, it's people repeating themselves over and over again about the same points. And it's, I mean, it was like bit with this West Coast Main Line. I mean, there was plenty saying, oh, this is absolute diabolical, it's rubbish. And it was never rubbish. And there were issues with it, but you know, nothing wrong in the opinions, but it's just that balance, really. And I suppose, you know, like myself, you're going to watch those road map screens because you're excited to know what's going to be coming out, and I guess in a way, unless it was absolutely real diabolical, you're going to buy it. Yeah, we're definitely struggling with these frame rates. mean, from forward motion, it's kind of alright. Yeah, I mean, some of those ambassadors. And, you know, there's some pretty decent ones, really. I mean, I certainly watch people like the British Ace and stuff, and there's some good creators out there. But clearly, as you quite rightly say, yeah, I know. I suppose that's kind of one of the banes of YouTube a little bit. So, Stonebridge Park. So we're definitely not going to see any Bakerloo line trains after this. That was slightly odd because we got a ping there, yet we got a red signal. Hello, train plays. Yeah, 100% agree, and I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, it's like, it's not just one route, it's almost. I mean, it's like 2 or 3 routes in one. Now then. Yeah, hello to you. Thanks for watching. So the question now is, I mean, we've got a red signal there. Now let's contact the signaller. What does he say? This might be, again, a bug as to the extent of the timetable. But it said proceed as indicated, but you kind of get the impression that this signal is not going to change. Let's have a quick look on the map. Right, okay, well, on the game it's suggesting that the signal is green, so I think that's just a slight defect with the enhancement pack, I guess. So we're going to go through the red signal, but we'll pretend it wasn't red. I mean, we were given permission by the signaller anyway, so hopefully we're all right. Yeah, I think sometimes that's the thing about the stream being a few seconds behind. It takes a good few seconds for your comment to reach me. So it's not because I'm so slow thinking about what you just put. Well, not always anyway. Ah, excellent train plays. Last few times I've been to London, I've stopped at the Premier Inn at Wembley, and I love the fact that actually stay there and you've got views usually overlooking the stadium as well, which is fantastic in its own right. But it's just a kind of a few minutes walk from the Wembley Central. You just turn right and then you have to kind of turn left at the junction. Well, yeah, good point, Christopher. I might, to be honest with you, I don't think it looks brilliant on the stream, but I might do a few minutes at the end because I know that they've put a lot of effort into improving the night lighting, which was rubbish on the game's first release. So I would like to kind of see it a little bit, but it might just be a quick few minute thing. We'll see how we're going for time. I mean, I'm definitely impressed to see that they're planning on putting the Caledonian sleeper services in with the 87 when Preston Carlisle comes out. Just hope we can get some decent versions of the sleeper carriages in. Yeah, it's good that we've got both of those units on the in Train Sim World 5. And again, I don't know when yet, but at some point I'll have to do a stream, you know, involving Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic, but some of the southeastern trains, it's good that you can now, with the Steam Workshop and Train Sim Classic, you can do that run out of Charing Cross and Cannon Street, and you can go through to Sevenoaks. Yeah, you should do. You should do to an extent anyway, and I think some of the landmarks like Wembley, for example, should be lit up. I'm fine, thank you. Balls and Sports. Hope you are well. And I don't recall seeing your name in the chat before, so if you're watching for the first time, or you might not be, you might have watched before and this is the first time in the chat, or but welcome aboard this London Overground service to Watford Junction. And I'll say again, anybody that's new to the channel and hopefully enjoying the stream and you want to like and subscribe, I would be tremendously grateful. Click the notification buttons as well and it'll tell you when the next stream is on. We'll try and go over to the right there, try and get rid of that horrible glitching where it goes in and out. But it's good to see a 5-car Lioness Line service. Train Sim Classic Plays, that's a good name. So I am assuming that you do play Train Sim Classic. I mean, there's some great stuff on there as well. It's just a lot easier though with Train Sim World. You can just load the game up and you can go basically without not a great deal of thought. Yeah, it just feels a little bit more like a slightly more gloomy autumnal day, and as you were saying, Chris, it's a little bit more typical probably of the weather this time of the year. Supposed to be able to get that stop marker and the quarter light. I'm certainly slightly past it there. But you're supposed to be able to see the S in that little quarter light thing there if you've got the stop absolutely perfect. Ah, 5 coaches, by the way. Classic train plays, which again you couldn't do originally. We had a slight glitch when we loaded it up at London Euston, and I think that is something to do with the fact there's 5 carriages in there. It seemed to like lurch forward briefly, but I think that was just to adjust it to, because obviously it wasn't meant to be really originally. You'll see the 5 carriages in a second. Then I've suddenly started speeding. I do like driving this 710. And again, I've yet to do it, but I think there are some scenarios on Creators Club where you can either drive the 313 in a suitably appropriate livery for the time, either British Rail Blue or Silver Link, and also you could do the 377 and pretend it's a 378 in London Overground, as they were until very recently. Yeah, that's all part of, and again, I'm guessing you've only been watching the stream for the early part of this run, but this is all part of the Train Sim West Coast Mainline Enhancement Pack. It's only available if you're a PC user, and you can then download the Enhancement Pack and the new timetable, and part of the new timetable is they put the 5-car stock in there. Now, if you're a console user, I don't know what's exactly available on the... I presume you still get all the stuff on the Creators Club, so you might find you can still potentially download a 5-car one, but you'd probably have to put it into free roam, I think. I mean, I think at some point Dovetail Games will release an upgrade for the game for console users, and I'm sure one of the things they must have plans on doing, I don't think they've actually confirmed this yet, but is to put a 5-car unit in. Now, we'll pretend we didn't see that. That was a Greater Anglia liveries, 710. It's on loan, obviously, to London Overground. We'll pretend that's the case here. I must kind of unsubscribe with some of these liveries that I've installed. Coming into Harrow and Wealdstone. And we've got a Bakerloo line train at the end of the platform as well, in the turn-back sidings. Now, I think the one thing here about Harrow and Wealdstone is we do have the clock tower put in. I've got a feeling that wasn't, I think I'm right in saying that wasn't on the original game. I mean, it's an amazing, oops, that was a bit urgent, wasn't it? But it was an amazing thing to miss out in many ways. It's such a distinctive part of the station. I think I'm right in saying that. Apologies if it was included in the first place. And just incidentally, I believe that we've got all the correct fonts for all the stations now on the route. I think that wasn't the case. I don't know about Harrow and Wealdstone, I can't remember, but not all the stations certainly had the correct font. There's a 350. Let's get back in the cab. Get that window shut. It's too cold to be driving with the window open, isn't it? But I must confess, I wasn't expecting to see a Bakerloo line train at Harrow and Wealdstone because they've only got the timetable going, or in full, for the Stonebridge Park services, so they must have some of them in for the run from Harrow and Wealdstone. In theory, this should be quite an easy part of the route to learn because it's mainly 45 miles an hour. A slightly uphill gradient, so we should be okay. stations so closely spaced together. It's always a route that keeps you on your toes, these overground services. Haha, yes indeed. Again, you've got to be over a certain age to remember that as well, but yeah. Larry Grayson's generation game. Shut that door. Oh, that takes me back. Where are you going, sir? I hope he made it. I mean, you'd have thought he'd have heard the noise of the train, wouldn't you, really? But clearly not. The weird and wonderful world of Train Sim World 5 Passengers. Ah, fantastic, Duncan. Yeah, so yeah, but you've seen some changes in the railways over the years, and I'm guessing good to see some Network Rail workers down there, by the way. I'm guessing you go back to, remember the steam days. I mean, I always say, I mean, I like steam trains, but, you know, no massive knowledge on them. And for me, growing up, it was always diesels and electrics. But I guess you remember that period where it was all steam, and then that transition across to the last days of the steam in the 60s. I mean, I remember reading about a story about, I think it was the Southerns, it might have been out of Waterloo, but it was the last day of steam, and there was a particular kind of end of service feel about it. All the photographers were kind of by the line side waiting to capture what they thought would be the final run of a steam loco on the main line, and a Class 47 raced by. I don't think they were very impressed. Oh, we got another 710 coming in. Well, that's no good, is it? At Clapham Junction, you don't want that going on. I mean, to be honest, there's that much going on at Clapham Junction that you've barely got time to be rude to anybody, really. Amazing station. Again, tremendous thanks to everybody that's watching and has watched so far. I'm sure there's people watching not necessarily in the chat. Yeah, and you know, I love to see some of the old videos of the steam trains. I mean, it's kind of before my time. But then, I mean, even some of the early diesels, interesting as well. I mean, you know, you had the 26s and the 27s, and then eventually onto the kind of 37s. And I mean, I would love to, I mean, even with the 37, I'd love to have done the Class 37 on the West Island line from Fort William to Mallaig. And of course, you can do that in the summer with the Jacobite, can't you? There's some talk about it being taken off. Is it back running again in the summer now? And all the effort to prepare a steam tray for the day, and the end of the day clearing it all up as well and cleaning it up, and the stuff, you know, for the following day's runs. And I mean, nowadays you think of something like this 710 that we're in now, literally just get in the cab, switch it on, and away you go. There we go. Doors are indeed closed. Then Bushy, and then we're not too far off Watford High Street, then Watford Junction. I'll tell you what, this run's flown by. I think train plays. I'm going to leave that one for you. I'm not going to get myself involved in any domestic arguments, I'm afraid. We'll stick to the trains, I think. As you say, you're a train play, so let's stick to the trains. Well, I'm interested, Duncan, that you know, you obviously you remember the steam and everything, but you're still obviously, you know, watching this stream. You're clearly still interested in modern day trains. Yeah, and of course that's what it's all about, isn't it? Because of Harry Potter. And I mean, that Glenfinnan Viaduct, and because of it being used in Harry Potter, that kind of must have done an absolute massive amount for tourists. I mean, I've been on the line Fort William to Mallaig in a Sprinter. Never been on the Jacobite. And also because we were camping near to Mallaig, got to drive to in the area and saw trains going over at Glenfinnan. Be nice if we could get one of these stops where we could see the... Mind you, it's a bit low down, so you might not be able to see the stop in the quarter light anyway. Yeah, you're not going to see it from there, are you? And I'm not totally sure either. I'm slightly confused because you've got to stop there and you've got one further back. I presume one's for the 4 car and one's for the 5 car. So Watford High Street is next. And we just get this little section where we veered away from the West Coast Main Line. I was reading the kind of the stuff about what's available on the Jacobite and a couple of years back now, and I love the idea of you can have sort of morning coffee and with all the trimmings with scones and everything else. It looked pretty nice. I mean, when I got off the Caledonian Sleeper at Fort William, the Jacobite was actually alongside us, but already booked up, unfortunately. So we are coming into Watford High Street. Now, I did see a screenshot of the station building here, and I don't know whether it was definitely included in the game or not. Right, I see. There you go. Thanks for that. Yeah, it's one of those things. I have to try and remember that. Jacobite. Right, okay. Yeah. That's good to know. Try and remember that. Ah, we can't. I thought we might be able to get up the steps there. We can't. Okay, I'll tell you what then. Let's go back in the cab and see if we can get into... see it from free roam mode. Jacobite, I like it. So that's that, and then we've got the number 8 mode there. Right, so right, this is it from the outside. Yeah, I think that this is something that they've put in. I don't know for sure what the modelling of the building was like originally, but you've got that authentic view there. And again, there's quite a bit of effort that's gone into. I don't know what was in here originally. I've never looked up here before, but it's good to see like the, you know, at least basic crossing lights. Yeah. And all the bikes as well. Again, some great effects of the graffiti there on the walls. I think I've said earlier, but that's often from the San. I think a lot of the graffiti, about a third that's in this enhancement pack, comes from the San Bernardino line. There's some graffiti originally, massively improved it, if you want to use the word improved about graffiti. So we know we've got the 15 coming up, but it's just beyond the signal. All I ask is just chat nicely, please. I love you know the chat generally, but I don't want any silliness. Here we are coming into Watford Junction. We'll have a little look around the station at Watford. Thanks. Good to see you've got the overground signs as well. I can't recall if that's how they were originally. Try and take it up to the end of the platform. I think the buffer stop markings are probably not that authentic. We are indeed Watford Junction, our final stop on this overground service. So we'll wait until we shut the doors. We'll have a little look around the station a tiny bit. I did a run a few weeks back actually of the Watford Junction. It was fairly quiet as well. It was in the day, so some of the announcement recordings were pretty quiet and it wasn't too noisy, so I must get round to putting up the video with that. And there was I recorded some trains at Watford Junction and London Euston. Hello Gloria. Well, I know you were looking forward to this 7:10 run. Yeah, I definitely must do more District Line. I actually haven't got it installed currently on TrainSim Classic. I went through a reinstall a couple of weeks ago, so I've still got quite a bit to do with that. So that'll be for another time. I mean, again, I don't know for sure really about these streams yet, and I think next week might be focusing a little bit on LNER, but at some point I must have another go on doing more of the underground. I mean, there's plenty more Metline stuff that I could do on TrainSim Classic, and I'd quite like to do a bit of the Piccadilly line as well. I mean, we haven't got much of it modelled, but kind of as a tribute almost to Dale Charman and his fabulous videos. Yeah, I think with this engine file that I've downloaded, it's definitely done something funny about the passengers. It's not quite as littered as much, and maybe it might be something to do with the Timetable mod as well, possibly. So, right, platform 11. So that's where the St Albans Abbey trains are, isn't it? I mean, you can actually download this route as well from Watford Junction to St Albans Abbey. I mean, sadly, there's only a tiny bit of the line that's been created here. Just wondering if it's actually got St Albans Abbey on the front. We can't see it, can we? Wow, that's a shame. Anyway, point is, it's there. That's the important thing. Yeah, so sadly I can't do the district line this week, but that's something I would like to do for another week. So again, we'll close down the game just to keep it ticking over. So what I can say for certain is we've got 2 runs remaining. We've got the Pendolino and we've got the 350. So what do you want next? Hope you enjoyed the run on the 710, by the way, Gloria. I know when you posted the other day you were looking forward to see that on the stream, and it's great to have the proper timetable in place now every 15 minutes throughout the day, as it should be. So, if we don't get any nominations, then I'll perhaps pick the train myself. But if anybody wants to nominate, then, as I say, you've got a choice between the 350 or the Pendolino. Right, okay, well, I'm going to take an executive decision then, I think. So we're going to do the Pendolino next. We'll go for the ordinary livery one. I mean, it's good that they've got the extra liveries in, but we're going to do an ordinary one. So I think we're going to do it. Tell you what, let's go for an early morning one this time. So again, we'll have plenty of cloud on. It might look fairly grim because, of course, it's 7:01 in the morning, and I don't know whether Dovetail Games could allow for the hours difference. So here we are at Milton Keynes Central. And we're going to have a quickish run down the West Coast Main Line. We're going to master key to on. Lots of these little reminders. So we'll put the DSD to on, and I think there's another one as well somewhere, isn't there? Yeah, put that on as well. We'll say night running because it's still slightly on the dull side, isn't it? Magnificent train though, isn't it? Yeah, thank you very much. And I don't really belong in the young category, but thank you very much for watching again, and hope you've enjoyed it. And we'll certainly will get some more Scottish content in there as well in the future. There's just so much to do really with Train Sim that it's trying to do all these things and fit these things in. But very, very pleased to see returning viewers, and hope you have a good night's sleep. So we've got just over a minute left. I think this is a service that stops, does it? Oh, I thought it probably would be one that stops at Watford Junction, but no matter. So I think now that we've got this as our penultimate run, then it's going to be a Tring service that we'll do for our final one, and maybe that's the one we'll do as the nighttime run. Perhaps we'll do a nighttime run on that. Right, so we should be able to close the doors now. Now, I have made this comment before, well, I've showed this before, but I love this, how you have the... You can't really see it, actually. If we go to kind of that angle, we can see it. You can see the steps there. I love how the steps actually fold up properly.
Security personnel tour this station 24 hours a day.
I don't know which end of the train I am now. That's it, that's the front, isn't it? First class at the correct end of the train, of course, as well. A slightly tinny sound, don't they, as they go over the points, the pendolinos. mean, speaking about old timers as well, Duncan was talking about, I was watching a video of an old ITN news clip where they recorded at King's Cross the last runs of the Deltics, and I remember watching it at the time, watching that news bulletin. Again, if you're on this service heading into London at this early hour of the day, then you would surely be off to work. Yes, indeed. Oh, excuse me. I mean, I can remember when certainly remember when they first came out, and they actually built for a while until the West Coast Main Line modernisation programme was completed. I mean, I still personally prefer the old electrics, and you know, delighted that we've got the Class 87 coming out from Just Trains in, well, only a few weeks now, and that will be a grand addition. And again, I've already said this tonight, but just for the benefit of new people, but I'm hoping when that line comes out, hopefully I'm planning on doing a live stream on the first night. And all being well, I'm going to be off from work on the Friday, so that will mean I can do a proper stream on that Thursday night when it comes out. And maybe not on that night, but I'm looking forward to doing the 87 on this West Coast Main Line as well, because you'll be able to do a rail tour service, and also if these guys that have done this fantastic mod do the Caledonian Sleeper, then there's a chance of doing that. And of course, if you do it in the summer as well, it's not going to be pitch black. I love that view when you can see absolutely on tilt. It's only a slight bend there. Now I should remember, of course, we've got a speed set on this thing. So that's on. That should keep us at the right speed. We've done a grand job. This is a proper bend as well. You can see that there, the tilt on that. Sorry about the cursor, by the way. I always forget to kind of keep the cursor off screen. It can be a bit irritating if you're watching it and you've got the cursor on it. There we go. It straightens up. And the point is, when they were looking for ideas for the Pendolino. Hello, Ethan. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the electrification, I mean, on the East Coast Main Line, the need for tilting trains has never been quite so prominent. I mean, they don't have the same degree of bends. It's arguably a straighter run between King's Cross and Edinburgh. And I mean, particularly when you get into Cumbria and beyond that, into you know, sort of north of Carlisle as well into Glasgow, it's a very, very bendy old run. I mean, thinking about it, I did mention the Just Trains route earlier on, and I was talking about the Climb Up Beat-Up. Well, of course, that's actually north of Carlisle. Of course, it's Shap that's on the stretch between Preston and Carlisle. Took me a while to get used to the idea of Avanti West Coast livery trains, and I'd kind of grown up with Virgin liveries. It looked wrong at first, but got used to it, and I must say it looks quite neat on the Pendolinos. If Avanti are ever disbanded from the disbanded from the franchise, then, and you know, in theory that's supposed to be happening with the Labour government, although I think they've got the franchise for a good few years yet, Avanti, then I would like to see them being called LMS, London Midlands Scottish, and that falls in with the LNER idea, and perhaps they could paint them in maroon colours to match the LMS steam days. If that happens, I just wish my father was around to see that, because he certainly remembered the old LMS steam days before my time. I think for the final run we'll do the 125, the 350, and we'll do a nighttime run, and we'll have a look at London and the surrounding area at night, and we'll do a Tring service for our final run of the night. It's already 22 minutes past 8, so we might go a little bit beyond 9 o'clock. Well, we'll definitely be going over 9 o'clock, because we've still going to take 26 minutes to get to Euston. Smooth train to drive, and I mean, particularly now we've got the speed set turned on, then there's not a massive amount to do really. I think we're going to overtake this 350 with a fair degree of comfort. great to see with this mod as well. We've got so many 8 cars and even 12 cars included as well. The big question really was, could this enhancement pack breathe new life into this DLC? And the answer is definitely yes. And if you've got this on the PC, then definitely recommend you download it and install it. And you definitely need the Goblin line to do it, but it's worth doing. I think, as you've observed at times, it's slightly demanding on the PC. Kind of testing mine to the limit anyway. It's a few years old now. And once we get beyond Watford Junction, then the speed limit's changing all over the place at different times. I mean, here, apart from a couple of locations where we drop down to 110, I think it's basically 125 the whole section. Important that we keep acknowledging that, because that's kind of a little reminder to make sure that you're still awake as the driver. Ignore it, and the emergency brakes will come on, of course, and bring the train to a halt. But you know, there could be situations where the driver is seriously ill and can't actually control the train anymore. Always enjoy a run on the Pendolino, and sort of amongst the current stock that's out there. And of course, it's, I don't know, I'm a bit biased I suppose because I live near to the West Coast Main Line. It still looks a grand old train to me. Not, well, I say old, it's not really that old, but if you're under a certain age, then you won't remember a time before the Pendolinos. Good that they've made the effort to upgrade this to how it is currently in its refurbished state as well. There we are, straightening out again after tilting for the curve. We've got a 110 coming up here. Yeah, we're alright, we're gonna make it. course, we've got the nighttime headlights on, haven't we? So it's lighting up the tunnel a little bit. So I'll definitely need to reinstall the Alan Thompson merged route for the East Coast Main Line to Leeds, but I was thinking potentially next week might do a LNER kind of full run from King's Cross to Leeds. Maybe we can do one on Trainsim World as well with the Peterborough. Now I was thinking perhaps doing that in the 91 and then Peterborough to Doncaster in Trainsim World. And that probably just about take up the time, I would think, but if we had time we could do 5 Circle perhaps in an Azuma as well, but we'll see. First adverse signals. So we'll kind of slightly increase the speed, but you're conscious that that one stepped up from double yellow to green, so you're not sure exact. I mean, my guess is that that's either a Pendolino that's just left Watford Junction, or it's a 350 that's just left Watford Junction. So it kind of takes a little bit of time just building the speed up. I'm guessing we're slightly ahead of time. Having said that, we've got a green in front now, so we might be all right. Yeah, I mean, that's the only disappointment about this mod, and it works. It kind of works a lot better off the stream than it does on it. But I mean, we had that situation there. We got a Pendolino and a 710, and sorry, a 350 and a 710, and it virtually ground us to a halt. We have got the sound mod installed again from the Train Sim community website, and it does massively improve things. So my hunch is that the adverse signal must have been for another Pendolino that had stopped at Watford Junction, and it's got up to full speed now. Another 7:10, this time on a Euston service. In Southwestern train liveried. We've seen that a few times tonight actually. I must try and uninstall some of those reskins because they look good in certain situations but not so good to see on a regular basis. Actually, now we're back up to 125. We'll put that speed set back on again, can't we? Bakerloo line train in the station there. Got a bit quiet at the chat. Anybody wants to pop a comment in? More than happy to respond to you, and thanks for watching. Feels a bit more lonely when I'm driving and anybody chatting going on, so it's nice to hear from people and hear the thoughts and how, if they like the stream and if they like playing the game, and generally any thoughts train related anyway. Here's Wembley Central. So they've done a magnificent job, though, Dovetail Games, modelling this train. It's one of the best efforts. I mean, I won't be doing it tonight, but it's perfectly possible to do a run. I mean, we've done an early morning run from the carriage sidings at Wembley to take the train into Euston, but it's kind of possible to do it the other way as well. We were a bit slow there for the 110, I think. Speed sets, I think it kind of goes off, doesn't it, when you're to the, either you're accelerating or you put the brakes on, the speed set automatically goes off. Fascinating area around here as well, with all the labyrinth of catenary. One thing we're missing, I think, with the 350 is the suspension. That'll be a interesting addition when it's put in. Queen's Park. Of course, if you're on the overground, you'd be changing here for the Bakerloo line services to Elephant and Castle. That's a very default Cuju style building on the right. We just passed those flats. I say Cuju because they were the original makers of what's now Train Sim Classic. It was called Rail Simulator many years ago. And I like the sounds on this Pendolino, but very much looking forward to the roar of the original, the old electrics of the 87. So very far away from London Euston on our penultimate run. We're coming into platform 16 at London Euston. I have to say that makes a nice change because it seems as though nearly every run I've ever done heading south, we've ended up on the platforms on the left hand side, so that's something a bit different. Good. Somebody was asking, there used to be a sign coming down Camden Bank where it kind of said, I think it was Euston Station half a mile or something, or however many yards it was to the station, but that's gone now with the all the building works that are going on the HS2. It's assuming it ever reaches London Euston. We are dead early, really. We're 6 minutes, I think, before we should be arriving into the platform, so not totally sure that we've definitely got a free run into the station yet. Quite nice to be held up, actually. Yeah, that confirms, I mean, we've got the marker there, haven't we? Platform 16, yeah. Yeah, sorry about this stuttering. This is very much courtesy of downloading this new pack, and I mean, it's absolutely brilliant, but it has made it very poor, the frame rates into Euston. I've never seen it like this before, and it wasn't like this when I played it yesterday without streaming it, so it's kind of made it worse on the stream, unfortunately. So I'm hoping the guys that have done the pack, I don't know really whether it's them or Dovetail Games with the original route, can kind of optimize it a bit. Yeah, it's a rare look at the platforms on this side of Euston. Now we do have to be careful here because there's the ramps at the far end, and if you're going over 10 miles an hour, I think it'll slam the brakes on for you. Yeah, first time I remember actually stopping at platform 16, terminating I should say, really. So here we are at London Euston. We had a little flash of light there, didn't we? Unlock the doors. So how are we doing for time? Yeah, so 8:45, so we are getting run a little bit over the 4 hours this time, and then we'll have our final run on the class 350. And I think, given the fact that it's another 3 minutes before it's actually going to give us the end to say the train's come to a halt, well, we'll take that as read because we've arrived. I do want to crack on with the final run, and again, just to make sure the game not crashing or anything like that, I'm just going to load it up from scratch. Oh, it said it was loading up. That's better. Thanks for the likes, incidentally. 13 likes. I think we've had a few more subscribers as well, which is excellent. And again, if you're watching afresh, and even if you're watching it back and you're not watching it live, then, you know, if you do want to like and subscribe to the channel, I'll be tremendously grateful. So we're going to take the 350 for the final run. This was the train I drove on Tuesday with the first look at the new route. Just had a quick ride there. At the time it was Euston to Watford Junction, but we're going to do it to Tring, I think, this time. I'll try it in the dark. Tell you what, we'll go for no cloud because it doesn't really matter, does it, at night time? So I kind of like to do it end to end, really. Well, London Euston to Bletchley is a bit of a slow one. Tell you what, well, I was going to do London Euston to Tring, but I think that's even longer. So we'll go for the London Euston to Crewe. It might even be non-stop. First time I've done a nighttime run on the stream, but I kind of want to see if the lighting's been improved in and around the Euston area. Right, so let's get this 350 set up then. Definitely need nighttime driving this time. Get the doors unlocked. Night light, that will do us. Yeah, vigilance, we'll get into that. Get that into normal. I think we should be alright other than that. Question is actually, what about the lights? Well, that wasn't very sensible, was it? We should actually have that into neutral while we get up from a seat. Yeah, the lights are on, we're okay. And I think I mentioned this on the stream. You can't really see actually on here, but you've actually got different moquettes as well on I don't know about this particular train actually. Yeah, we have. Yeah, you can see there you've got the green noted as well as the grey. Again, another benefit of this pack. Right, let's get the doors shut, and then we've got, well, about 35 minutes left of the stream. Yeah, we're straight through, actually, to Milton Keynes Central. Oh, yeah, forgot we put that to off, didn't we? Quite nice, that actually seen it at this. The clever thing here, well, say the clever thing, we can actually see the BT tower lit up. We could briefly anyway, kind of struggle with it. But also the lighting over the road as well, that's quite decent. And I'm hoping when we get to Wembley we're going to see a lit up Wembley Stadium. We've got a 710 coming into the platforms. The lighting on the crane as well, that looks pretty decent. Not sure I've done a non-stop 350 from Euston to Milton Keynes. Let's get a bit of speed up. Looks pretty good, doesn't it, with the buildings lit up in the background. We are going to be on the fast lines. I mean, we will be restricted to 110 in a non-tilting train. Like in the carriage sidings lit up. You can see the apartment blocks full of lights. Highlight's going to be Wembley Stadium. I mean, the arch obviously isn't always lit up, I don't think, at night. Not every single night. I don't think, anyway. I could be wrong on that. If anybody knows, let me know. But I would assume it's a bit of a waste of electricity to have it on every single night. But slightly underrated. I think people, you know, generally wanted to see the Pendolino more than anything. The 710 seems to generate a lot of interest. Again, if you're watching now and it's, you know, drifting a little bit towards the end of the stream, then you want to watch the earlier runs. We've had a run in the Flying Banana with the HST. We actually started with the 805. And we've had a run on the Pendolino, the 710. Again, they won't be doing it tonight, but perfectly possible to do the full London Euston to Crewe service on Train Sim Classic, continuing the journey from Milton Keynes. know the current LNWR ones go from Stafford through to Crewe. When it was London Midlands, they were actually via Stoke, and then Kidsgrove and Alsager. Interesting. I mean, once we get kind of beyond the city lights, I mean, you've kind of got that London glow, haven't you, or the city glow about things at the moment. And once we head probably very much into the deepest countryside, I don't know what it'll be like then. We kind of need to, liking the light in there as well. You can see the buildings lit up. Oh, and you know, over the dual carriageway as well. The stuff at Queen's Park as well. What going on? Horrible glitches where it kind of jumps, lurches the camera a little bit, which I find massively irritating. There it is, Wembley Stadium lit up. And that building at Stonebridge Park as well. Well, hello, Trains Plays. Well, it's nice to hear from somebody actually, because it's gone a bit quiet in the chat, it has to be said, and it's quite nice to actually hear from somebody. It feels a bit lonely actually when you're driving it and you know there's some people watching but nobody's chatting to you. We're just on the final run now, so we've got what? 23 minutes for our ride through to Milton Keynes. So we're going to hurtle through Wembley Central. Don't totally know what the rules are about hooting your horn at night. I think there's certain restrictions. I wish the camera wouldn't lurch like that, I'd get some nerves. Well, we only just caught that in time as well, didn't we? I think maybe once we kind of get a little bit beyond here, I suspect it's going to get a bit darker. And certainly once we get north of Watford Junction and we're going through the Hertfordshire countryside, I don't think it's going to be quite so exciting. Intrigued to see that there is some Bakerloo line trains in between Harrow and Wealdstone and Stonebridge Park, because you're kind of led to believe that they'd only put the services in on the Stonebridge Park ones. You can still see excellent use of the lighting though there. mean, the AI traffic for this run's not going to be quite as strong as some of the other services, not surprisingly. Although even now, I think at this time of the night we would have Lioness line services running every 15 minutes in either direction. Strange experience for real drivers driving at night as well, and requires a different level of expertise. And you think again, we're talking about steam train drivers earlier on, but you know, they almost must have needed to smell the way around, because the view from the cab wasn't particularly clear at all. Yeah, you can see it's starting to get, well, alright, there's still some lighting around there. And we're not far off actually the real time, are we, here? Because it's 20:59 on the service and it's 21:06 in reality, so not far off. Those arches kind of signal we've got Bushy station coming up. Again, I think once we get past Watford Junction, it's definitely going to be as quiet as anything. It's going to be quite dark. I'm going to make a regular thing of this, running services at night, but it's just to really have a look at the nighttime lighting. Here's Watford Junction. Really, we didn't have to do it so late, because we could have done a 6 o'clock service now and it would have been completely dark. Yeah, so just to illustrate the point, you see the train lit up, but there's not too much going on around you. I'll have to think about, say, when we get to Milton Keynes, that's going to be the end of the stream for tonight, and it's just a question of making some sandwiches, thinking about going to bed, really, ready for another week at work. Yes, indeed. Well spotted. There you go, you know your stations anyway, don't you? And even though it's night time, see the M25 bridge there, can't you? hard to see, you know, the line. You can see a bit more life going on around here. I've just realised actually we've got train plays and classic train plays. Well, I was actually going to do a train service for this run, but I was just conscious of the fact time was getting on, and it would have taken you know, a longer service. You know, we could have been 40, 45, 50, even, you know, looking on an hour. So I thought, well, the quickest one was the crew service, which stopped at non-stop to Milton Keynes and was stopping in 34 minutes. I mean, that's the only slight snag about this. I mean, the runs tend to be Euston to Milton Keynes. We haven't got time to put a freight run in either tonight, and that's something else we can look forward to with this enhancement pack. We're going to have freights added in as well at some point. That's one of those erroneous AWSs actually. I don't know what that ramp was for. There was no reduction in speed limit, and yet we got ping and well, the buzzer and then the ping. Yeah, loving the way they've lit things up. Again, better than the original version, I think. Hi Gloria. I will, but it won't be tonight because, for one thing, I don't have it installed at the moment. I did a full reinstall of Train Sim Classic a couple of weeks ago, so it definitely won't be tonight. I've got a video up of the District Line. Don't know whether you've watched it on the channel, and I also did a District Line run a couple of weeks ago when I did the London. I called it the Tube Special, so we have a run there on the Met Line, the District Line, the Bakerloo Line, and we did finally a run on the Goblin Line as well. But I certainly will be getting the District Line re-uploaded, and I wouldn't mind also doing a run. I mean, only a bit of the Piccadilly line is also, unfortunately, only in the game, but kind of thinking of all these lovely Dale Charman videos, and you know, he's a fantastic YouTuber as a real tube driver. I'd like to do a bit of the Piccadilly line as well, but it certainly is something that's on the radar. But I've kind of, unfortunately, I've just got to the stage where I've got to finish the stream at some point tonight, and it's got to be pretty soon really. I've got to think about finishing, and then a few odds and ends to do, and then off to bed. I know there's a lot of interest in the tube lines and the trains in and around London, so there's plenty more to be done. But tonight really was all about this new enhancement pack and trying to show the full timetable and the work that's gone in to upgrade this route, which has been really good. You can still see some buildings up and around, can't you, that are lit up, so it's not like the old days of Train Sim Classic and Microsoft Train Simulator, where it literally was pitch black the moment you left the station if you did a nighttime run. This train. So it's not, I'm not intending to do absolutely loads of nighttime runs because I don't think visually they're the most exciting things in the world to see on the stream. But I thought it was a one-off, and also I know that the people who've created this enhancement pack have done a lot of work to upgrade the nighttime lighting, so just wanted to have a quick look. Good to see Wembley lit up. You can see the BT Tower lit up as we left London Euston. Okay. Well, 7 months ago was just before springtime, just before the Goblin line came up in Train Sim World terms and the 5 circle route. Penelope. Okay. So I'll just mention briefly, you know, we've only got a few minutes left of the stream, but so the plan for next week I think is going to be a bit of an LNER special, so we'll do an Azuma on a Peterborough to Doncaster working, or maybe the other way around, we'll see. Probably the other way around actually, just to give it some sort of logic. And then a Class 91 on a full run on Train Sim Classic from London King's Cross through to Leeds. I think that'll probably take us more or less up to the 4 hours. If this time allows, I could do maybe an LNER service out of Edinburgh Waverley on towards the 5 circle, but we'll see. Hi Gordon, and hi to Arthur, is it? welcome to the stream for the very, very closing stage. So literally I'll be packing up once we get to Milton Keynes in the next few minutes. But thank you very much for tuning in and watching, and of course once we're finished you'll be able to watch a bit more of it, whether it's a bit too late tonight or you watch another time. But there's also all the other streams and the videos. So if you do like the channel and you're enjoying these runs, then please like and subscribe. Yep, afraid so. I mean, I've started at 5 o'clock, so been going for over 4 hours. But as I say, you can certainly have a look back and watch it. It's been a good stream yet again. And that was me watching the stream, watching the chat rather, and not looking at the speed. So we were kind of going a bit over the speed limit then. But this is very much the grand finale. I don't normally go in for nighttime streams, but I just wanted to show off particularly the London end, and you could see Wembley Stadium lit up and BT Tower and all that sort of stuff at the London end. But thank you very much for watching and for the support, and I've had 15 likes altogether. And we'll be back next Sunday. That's the plan. For more train simulator drives. Coming towards, well, the last 7 miles. And of course now, any trains after 5 o'clock, it's going to be dark. Yep, certainly a Sunday. The end of the weekend. Another weekend has gone hurtling by at tremendous speed. Again, yeah, I certainly can. I can manage that, I think. Yeah, do you enjoy playing on Train Sim World or Train Sim Classic, or have you had the chance of playing this wonderful game? The flashing double yellow suggests that we are going to cross over. We need to put a tad more brakes on. I presume we're crossing over onto the slow lines. Certainly gaining access to platform 5 at Milton Keynes Central. It was a little bit more tricky when you're in the dark. Yeah, I love how they lit up the dual carriageways. That's quite a nice feature. If anything, they might be too bright. Pandolino passing us by. And we are very much at the closing stage of tonight's stream. I hope very much you've enjoyed watching. Thanks very much for watching. And as I always say, if you are able to like and subscribe, I'd be tremendously grateful, because that's in support of the stream and the channel. And also click on that notifications button to be notified as to future content coming up. But the plan will be, as ever, to be back involved next Sunday, the regular time at 5 o'clock. So a fair bit amount of traffic on that dual carriageway. Feel as though you're doing my job, train plays. And in a way, it feels kind of appropriate to be coming into the end station at night time. And stop at the appropriate point. That should do us, I think. Try and get to the front of the train. Get a nice view. Of course, in reality, this train would be going on to Crewe. I'll tell you what I might actually do is I'm going to lock the doors first of all, So before we go, I return to free roam, and I'm going to leave the cab. It still says locked doors, doesn't it? Yep, there we go. And there it is, off to Crewe. The driver has carried the journey on. So on that note, we'll end things here. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed the last 4 hours. And the plan will be again to be back next Sunday at 5 o'clock for more train sim content. Probably going to be an LNER day next Sunday. And if you've liked it, then please like and subscribe. I'd be tremendously grateful. A quick hello and almost goodbye from Mark. Thanks very much for watching, and until next Sunday, from me, Powerflower Trains and Planes, it's good night and goodbye.
Please remain behind the yellow line until your train has come to a halt, and allow passengers to alight before trying to board.